actual attack, one person even told the kid's mother, "You need to call the police. That's assault on your baby." And she was definitely right here. And shortly after, she was arrested, because the arrest happened because TikTok basically solved the case in real time. Clips started going all around the victims, including a small kid who was hurt. And people also shared pictures of Cassidy with calls for people to find her. And as if things couldn't have gotten worse for her, her probation officer saw the video, recognized her, and alerted investigators. So then, of course, to make things even worse, a San Antonio Police Department street crimes officer also knew who she was right away. Crime Stoppers then received multiple tips from people online who identified her. And I guess this is the part where going viral stops being fun, because you can't hide from an app that sends your face to millions of people. So about 11 days later, police arrested her and booked her into Bexar County Jail on a bond of $110,000. The charges against Cassidy are not small, and the law in Texas treats them with real weight, because third-degree felonies can lead to 2 all the way up to 10 years in prison. And that is before you even consider fines, restitution, or probation terms. There's plenty of room here for some civil cases too, because you could easily have hospital bills here, and then courts also look very closely at cases involving children and older adults, because, the law considers them more vulnerable, because they are. That means prosecutors don't have to work very hard to convince a judge that, hey, this was serious harm. And then again, to make things even worse for her, she was on probation, which makes everything worse, because when someone who is already under supervision still gets arrested, it really sends that message the previous punishment did not have much of an effect. But even though she's 17, she is being charged as an adult, so penalties don't soften just because of her age. This is one of those situations where this one bad decision will likely follow her for a whole long time. But she's now facing 2 counts of injury to a child, elderly, or disabled person with intent to injure, which are third-degree felonies. She's also facing 1 misdemeanor charge of assault causing bodily injury, and third-degree felonies in Texas can lead to 2 to 10 years in prison each. Because she's 17, she'll still be charged as an adult. If she bonds out, she has to remain in house arrest and cannot contact the victims. In other words, she was on her second chance and decided to pepper spray an entire boat because she couldn't turn down her phone volume. Clearly, she's lagging. Come on, all someone did was ask her, "Hey, can you please turn down your phone?" That's it. There was no threat or danger to her. She just got offended for no reason. It was a simple ask to have some respect for others. But somehow that turned into some high ground bridge pepper spray attack on the boat that she got kicked off of because she couldn't turn down her phone volume. Come on. This is probably one of the more frustratingly stupid stories I've covered in a long time. Come on. Imagine being a San Antonio boat operator talking about the history of the town. You ask a woman to leave, she reluctantly leaves, not without putting a massive scene, clearly, we saw that, and then suddenly, she comes from behind and ambushes the boat with pepper spray? What's going on? Well, the funny part about this, though, is how fast TikTok solved it. And what's even more ironic is she actually got banned from TikTok for this. Obviously, she didn't post too much, but she was definitely pulling 30,000 views on some videos. Then on top of that, her probation officer found out about this because of TikTok. You know your algorithm is dialed in when you're scrolling on TikTok and suddenly someone you're a probation officer for is on your timeline pepper spraying babies. This story is just so ridiculous. But even without being on probation, Crime Stoppers got flooded with calls from people who never even met her, but recognized her from other videos. This is the downside of doing something illegal in 2025. If you are on TikTok in general, or have a little bit of, public eyes on you, a whole bunch of people can recognize you, especially if you commit crimes. So if you're committing crimes in 2025, you're not only dealing with the law, you're dealing with a bunch of strangers who could probably identify you faster than a whole bunch of police officers can react. But like I said before, she thinks she's the main character, and that's the attitude that got her locked up this fast. And that's probably also the same attitude that got her into trouble the first time, which landed her in probation to begin with. So I guess this is just another person acting like everyone around them exists only to deal with their moods. So it seems like prosecutors will have plenty to work with here. They can just point out that she sprayed people who couldn't escape, like the child or the older adult, and, the fact that she was already on probation and that she ran from the scene. They could also argue that she took an extremely small argument and turned into a felony for no reason whatsoever. So if they want to push for prison time, they have all the facts they need.
You need to call the police and report what. That's an assault on your baby.
I know.
You need to call 911. 911.
Bring daddy. My husband is stuck too. That's my husband.
Yeah, he needs to call 911.
Laksha, 911.
David, help him. Help him. Call 911 for the baby. My husband will call. Call 911.
Please.
Her husband and the baby is sick. where we are.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully those people got her to call 911 because she really needs to see some jail time for this, because that is unacceptable. It's just wild to me on how stories like this come from something that's like nothing. Turn down your phone volume. Oh, okay, yeah, no problem. Sorry, my bad. That's how any normal person would react to that. Like, what is going on? Sorry, I'm actually just getting so frustrated at this story. This is so, like, the fact she pepper sprayed a baby over this? Okay, it's a toddler, but still, it's the same thing. Honestly, she's kind of lucky that a parent didn't see this and throw her into the river. But, you know, since everything was basically caught on video, it's safe to say it's going to be an uphill battle for her in court. Or for her public defender. Imagine the public defender that gets this case and he just looks at the sheet and he's like, ah. That public defender life is not for the weak. But hey, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed the video. I'll see you guys in tomorrow's video. Peace.
This is everything that they stole.
Yeah.
And guess what? As we've said before, you can't go any place, anytime
Yeah.
that you're not on a camera. So Dick's Sporting Goods knows that they're stealing because they're watching this systematic, organized theft ring
Yep.
called a football team.
Called a football team?
Now, not only did they steal 47 items, not only did they steal 47 items, but ostensibly they may have cost their team the championship and the football game.
Oh, you got to put them in jail for sure.
I don't know if these all were starters or not, but I can tell you that we were finishers.
Wait.
I don't know if these all were starters or not, but I can tell you that we were finishers.
Oh, man. This guy.
We arrested them. We took them to the Juvenile Assessment Center, and we put them in lockup. But I want to introduce you to their coach. His name's Raynon Bynes, B-Y-N-E-S.
Raynon?
So when we notify the coach who is responsible for them,
Raynon.
you would think he would be
didn't know.
interested in holding them accountable and responsible. Instead, he goes to the deputies and begs them not to take these young men into custody.
Right, you got to win that
don't
game.
arrest them. Drop the charges. Let them go. And then when we said no, then they go to Dick's Sporting Goods, to the manager, and said, "Oh, don't charge them. Don't charge them." They were not taking bubble gum, one piece to chew. They stole over $2,000 worth of products.
Jesus.
Over 47 different products they stole. And then when it was evident that they were going to be arrested, then the coach says, "Don't you guys have anything better to do? What are all these deputies doing here? Don't you have anything better to do than arrest these kids?"
Oh.
Listen, I don't know how you do things in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, but in Polk County, Florida, we'd lock you up.
Man. There we go.
For stealing, for being a thief. So this
You love to hear it.
is part of a football team.
It was.
This is also the thoroughbred thieves, and it's their choice. It's their
Thoroughbred. Bro, he even got it printed out. Says thoroughbred thieves.
choice to go to jail because they Ubered down and were actively ripping off Dick's Sporting Goods. 47 items, I believe they were caught with. So at the end of the day, the message is clear.
What are they doing?
Not just in this Christmas season, but anytime. All of these stores have cameras. And we have relationships with all of these stores. If you come here to Polk County and steal, there's no notices to appear. There's no warnings. You're in handcuffs and taken to the county jail or taken to juvenile lockup.
Oh, my God. This is what I see. Oh, my God. That's how you handle them. Exactly, right? Yeah. Duh. There you go. Right? I mean, obviously, that's the way it should be. It shouldn't be any other way. Yeah, it should not even be any other way.
Period. You don't want to go to jail? You don't want to go to juvenile lockup? Don't steal.
Exactly. People should be accountable for what they do.
We didn't choose to arrest you. You chose to be arrested.
That's right.
And
By
that's the
doing
way it is.
You fuck around,
and for the
you're gonna get it.
coach, you're way off base here, buddy. Way off base. You're the ultimate loser. If you'd been coaching these kids upright, if you knew where they were, if you didn't allow them to Uber away, they would have played in a ball game Saturday night. So you have a compare and contrast here. Let me tell you, this is the heroes.
Those are the
this
police
is the
officers?
coach and the team that did it right.
Oh, no way. He's going to show the team that beat them.
And
Oh,
I'm so
God.
proud of them. And I'm proud of their 15-0 season.
That's good.
That's a great group of young men there. And this was their opponent Saturday night, absent these 8 guys. Because you know it's hard to be on the football field. Men there. And this was their opponent Saturday night, absent these 8 guys. Because you know it's hard to be on the football field when you're locked up.
So basically, like, my policy on things is this guy. Yeah, it's pretty much just this guy. Yeah, there you go. Like, that's, yep, there you go.
Is there any questions?
Any questions?
Is this type of organized crime, is this something you see a lot this time of year?
Do you know we see theft go up around the Christmas time?
Yeah, what a surprise.
For obvious reasons. There's a lot of people that need product for gifts in small order. I am hugely frustrated with this. The coaching, the supervision wasn't there, or these kids wouldn't have been running wild. These kids knew better. Maybe you steal stuff in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and get away with it. Hey, here's a note to people in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. If you hold kids accountable and responsible, and they know if they go in a store and steal, they're going to be held.
They're going to stop doing it because they don't want to fuck their life up. Absolutely. Yep.
Accountable, they don't do it.
That's right.
You didn't see 8 kids from Polk County in a store this weekend stealing, did ya? And there's 850,000 people in this county. Well, and then you have a coach comes down there and tries to beg them out of it.
Yep.
Instead of holding them accountable. It's frustrating. But our crowd.
Why is Rakai different? Serious question. Well, if they had put Rakai in jail for stealing, I'd have said based. He's not. Like, I'm talking about, like, my personal opinion. Like, I don't think a lot of these guys, here's the thing, right? I don't think that a lot of the guys that are stealing shit out of this, I don't think they're really probably bad people, but you just can't be stealing shit. You can't be stealing shit. So, like, I don't hate them. I don't think they're really bad people. I know, like, I've known people that have told me that they knew other people that have stolen things out of stores before. I know, I've heard of this. Sure. But at the end of the day, like, you can't be doing it.
Crime in Polk County is a 53-year low.
Oh.
Asking.
A 53-year low for stealing shit? Damn, that's crazy. I wonder why. That's a nobody can understand why. It's a mystery to everybody.
See of crime in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is at a 53-year low.
There's also 2K versus Rakai's $15. Yeah, that's a poinsettia plant like that's like $7. Like, it, not that it's okay to do it, but like, I mean, there's very obviously a scale here. But yeah, and there we go. How could he get these results? He must be lying. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. And you see his reaction to Cutie? Yeah, I saw that. I thought it was pretty funny. And you saw a video Jadion did on the sheriff? No, I didn't see it at all. I've never heard of it. So anyway, I saw there was one person crying about this. Let me see if I can find it real quick. And where did it go? Yeah, here's this guy, Clarence Hill. Why are they showing the names and mugshots of juveniles? See, this guy, let's be honest, right? If you are going and looking at this, and the first thing that you think about is the fact that these kids are 17 or 16, and you're worried about them and not the fact that they're stealing a bunch of shit, you are a retard. You are a retard, and if you were in control, everything would be worse. That's it. Maybe they're over 18. Well, maybe if they're not, who cares? Yeah, if you didn't want your photo posted everywhere, you shouldn't have been stealing shit. That's the reality. You shouldn't have been doing it. If you didn't want the bad thing to happen to you, then you shouldn't have done the thing to cause the bad thing to happen to you. That's it. The dude, that's the same logic that the is that rapist last night? Well, what do you mean? Why are they showing the names? Is the rapist? Oh, that kid. Yeah, you're right about that kid. No, that's a good point. You're absolutely right. They're sent to juvenile detention. They're definitely minors. Well, they're going to, I think they should be minors in multiple ways. I think we need to get them to be breaking big rocks and the little rocks, right? I mean, these are football players, right? These guys are in good shape. What are we doing having them sit around all day just eating cookies and shit? Like, they sitting around all day eating cookies and drinking apple juice over in the fucking correctional facility. Get them out there, give them a hammer, and have them break up some rocks or something. Yeah, like we gotta do something. Yeah, back to the mines. Yeah, kids love Minecraft. Why don't you put them to work? That's it. And don't do bad. Yeah, if you don't do bad things. If you don't want bad things done to you, exactly. If you can't post to minors, just post a picture of their parents on the news and say their kids are thieves. I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, all I'm saying is I think you should be able to post it. Who cares, right? And if somebody cries about it, then fuck them. But I am very, very, very happy to see this. I am, and oh my god, he talking about how he's gonna lose weight. Didn't even look real. Anyway, I'll read some. Oh my god, he talking about how he's gonna lose weight. Didn't even look real. Anyway, I'll read some of the comments and the replies on this because it should be funny. If they were white, they would have been given those items for free. So this guy's got to be trolling, right? But yeah, he got to be trolling. Like this is, it's funny. Nah, he's joking around. It's a lot of virtue signaling here. No one's here without send. Their kids, give them their kids. Oh, we got a retard alert. Uh-oh, retard alert. Watch out. Here we go. This is the mentality with the pretty, you ever give bad behavior. If you have the money, you get away with bad behavior. But it's gotten to a new extreme now. Yeah, I know. And give them a citation and cut them loose. Oh, no. You don't release the names of minors. Oh, I forgot it's Florida where they literally ban books. I think that we need to treat kids more harshly in the prison and the correctional system. I think we do. I think this entire idea that they're just kids, so we should let them do whatever they want, I think that's ridiculous. I think that if a kid's going out there committing crimes, like if you're doing an adult crime, then you need to be charged as an adult. Right? I mean, like, maybe we need to have smaller prisons so we can have kids in the prison, right? I mean, maybe that's what we're going to have to do. So that maybe how are they going to learn? Yeah, exactly. And maybe we should lock the parents up too. That's a good idea. Yeah, lock the parents up at the same time. And it's not simple. Most gang violence is 16-year-olds. Yeah, they have. And the reason why a lot of kids do it is because they can get away with it, man. America's sheriff. Exactly, bro. Like, I love to see this. And I am so fucking happy about this. And then it's on the website too. Wow. Well, there it is. And this is the way I think you handle this, right? This is that 100% you handle this the right way. Prison with mandatory class time? Yeah, exactly. The parent takes it. Yeah, not just reply to someone on accident. State of female characters in games does not disappoint. Oh, I haven't seen it. I'll probably look at it soon. No, don't worry about it. Huge difference in the responsibility that should be expected from natural children to mid to upper teenagers. Exactly, yeah. Like, it's like 9 and 15. This is like a completely different universe, right? Even like 12 and 16 is a totally different universe. Like whenever you're 16 versus 12, like you're in two very different places in your life. So I think that really, if you just treat like anybody that's under 18 as if they're all the same, I mean, that's bullshit to me. So certainly be less school shootings if people are held accountable for their actions. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know why your brain isn't fully developed till 25. Well, I mean, you can say that to an extent, right? But like, there's plenty of people that don't have fully developed brains that have realized that they shouldn't be able to steal things out of a store. I mean, you don't need to be a genius to do that. You just have to be fucking awake, right? I think this is just going to get more extreme, by the way. I think it's already starting.
Declining theatre attendance, rising ticket prices, disappointing box office returns, shrinking theatrical windows, and now major studio buyouts by streaming giants.
That's right.
It's fair to say that 2025 has been a rough old year for Tinseltown, for movie theatres, for audiences, and the entire movie industry. But here's the thing, these aren't bugs anymore, they're features. Features of a changing entertainment landscape, a changing culture, and a changing perception of what films even mean to us now. The recent news that Netflix have officially won the bidding war to buy out Warner Brothers and their entire catalogue of IPs seems to—
That is crazy. Like, I didn't even know Netflix was this big.
Have thrown the entire industry into a tailspin. Damn, man, they've even petitioned the dreaded Orange Man to intervene and block the deal, as if the fucking White House has got any say over corporate mergers.
Well, they do.
The major fear in Hollywood is that Netflix will gradually move away from the theatrical model and transition movies almost entirely to streaming. And well,
I think that is what's going to happen, actually. Because a lot of people don't go to movie theaters anymore because it's too expensive. If movie theaters were more reasonably priced, I think you'd see more people going to them.
They probably should be afraid of that, because I'm pretty sure that's the plan all along. But this isn't just the actions of a single streaming giant that wants to destroy movie theaters purely for shits and giggles. It's a simple reflection of the reality facing the movie industry now. A reality that's been knocking on the door of Hollywood with increasing volume and declining patience for years now, and isn't going to be put off for much longer. It's time for some harsh truths, dear viewer, and the drinker is the one to administer them. I think another big thing that's happened is that a lot of people, this is going to sound really, really bad. A lot of people don't have the attention span for movies anymore. They don't. People have been having their brain microwaved by Instagram Reels and TikToks for the last 5 years. And now they can't sit down and watch a movie. They don't want to sit down and do that for like 2 hours. Movie experience as we knew it is dying. It's not in a temporary slump. It's not just going through a bad spell right now. It doesn't need to hang in there until things pick up again. And you can't keep blaming it on fucking COVID.
It's all bullshit. All of it.
The fact is, it's not going to get better. What we're seeing now are the final stages of
I think it's expensive. It's just too expensive to watch a movie in a movie theater. And everything now is also, everything's expensive now. Like, if you're doing anything, it's probably over fucking priced. And then a lot of movie theaters are zoos. So you have a bunch of people like the Minecraft chicken jockey shit. And obviously that doesn't happen everywhere. But I bet there's people talking in movie theaters. They're on their phones. You know, they're fucking around. And so it's annoying to watch. The food and the drinks are massively overpriced. And they say, oh, well, that's to pay for the price of the theater. Well, that doesn't matter. Like, that doesn't matter to, like, the customer. Like, you're creating a business rationalization, but the customer doesn't give a shit about your business rationalization. At the end of the day, they've got to pay a lot of extra money for food that they don't have.
That started decades ago. To understand it, let us discuss the theatrical movie experience as we know it today,
let's see
we?
it.
Now, imagine for a second that you're a typical American family man with a wife and 2 kids. You work a slightly unfulfilling corporate job that teenage you would probably be horrified by, but hey, it pays the bills, so whatever, I guess. And yeah, the sex is more of a predictable weekly ritual now than an exciting experience to look forward to, and you're harbouring a growing suspicion that a divorce could be on the cards once the kids have flown the nest and there's nothing left to hold the 2 of you together.
Jesus, this is bad.
Worry too much about that right now. For today, at least, you want to take the family out to the movies.
Okay.
So you drive for 30 minutes in heavy traffic to get to your local theatre. You buy the tickets, which cost like $20 each. Because, of course, the kids just have to see the film in IMAX. Then you have to buy overpriced drinks and snacks because nobody can just sit through a 2-hour movie without shoveling a constant stream of food and drink down their throats.
So you're basically dropping over $100 just to watch a movie.
Then you take your seats, which smell a bit weird and have a suspiciously sticky patch around the crotch area that hasn't been cleaned, but let's not worry too much about that. And oh dear, it seems like there's a bunch of teenagers sat right behind you. What are the odds, eh? I hope you like
Putting their feet on your fucking chair. Yeah, absolutely.
Dropping, because you're going to be hearing them talk about every single detail of their lives throughout the entire movie.
Yeah.
But hey, it's just part of the theater experience, right? Oh yeah, and half the people around you already...
It's almost $100 for 2 people. The last time I went to a movie theater was in like 2019. It was before COVID. I don't even know what movie theaters are like now.
Have their phones out. 1 or 2 are watching TikTok videos with the volume turned way up, and one guy...
Bro, I think they should just make that illegal. Like, if you're watching videos and you're like, it's same as like having speakers. Like, if you are listening to something on your speakers in a public space, you need to go to jail. I get so fucking annoyed by that. And so does everybody else, by the way. Everybody hates this. No one likes it.
Guy's having a full-on argument with his girlfriend on speakerphone. But hey, it's just part of the experience, am I right?
Of course.
So you settle in as the lights go down, and you try to ignore the teenagers behind you, and the people who are still filtering in and tripping over people because the lights are off now, because it's time for trailers.
Oh, come on!
Well, actually,
I never minded the trailers in movie theaters. I really didn't. Maybe other people did, but I didn't think it was a big deal. It was like, and maybe it's because I just have gone to movies like my whole life, like except for obviously recently. Like the trailers are fun because I'd want to see what new movies comes out. But I guess like now, because everybody knows because they can just look it up on YouTube. Like seeing trailers come out in a movie theater is probably a lot different now than it was in like 2003.
Time for the commercials first. Usually for luxury cars you're never going to be able to afford. Then after 15 minutes or so, you're deemed worthy to watch the trailers. Then another 20 minutes after that, it's finally movie time. But oh no, now your 5-year-old daughter decides that she really needs to go to the bathroom because all that soda has to go somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So you stumble your way to the end of the row, tripping over feet and pissing off everyone else around you in the process, and you take her outside so she can go for a piss, and eventually you make it back to your seat, and yeah, you've missed the first 10 minutes of the movie now, but hey, it's all part of the experience, right? So
I mean, I don't see a problem with that, but I do think you're right, is that like, yeah, I mean, not being able to just pause it if you have to like have emergency or something like that. And I think also this is another thing, is that the always on nature of like, I don't know, people's lives now. There are so many people that are like on call in one way or another that they don't want to be involved in something for like 2 hours where they're not able to respond to something if they're needed. It creates like a sense of anxiety. I think that's very common.
you finally settle down to watch the film and you try to ignore the gossiping teenagers and the people on their phones and the stomach churning sound of food getting shoveled into faces and the smell of sweaty, unwashed bodies and just concentrate on the pure cinema experience.
Sure.
Wait, isn't this just a remake of an animated movie you saw when you were a kid?
Son of a...
Anyway, about 3 hours...
I mean, yeah, it is. Like, in my opinion, I never really minded going to the movie theater. Like, I didn't. I was like, okay, well, we're going to go to the movies. And it's like, you know what we never did? We never went to the movie theater to watch a movie that I wanted to see. It would always be a movie that my girlfriend wanted to see. So we had to go watch the new Aladdin. We had to go watch some fucking horror movie about a nun. Like, I don't give a shit about this. It's fucking retarded. Like, yeah, exactly. And so, but I would go and I had a nice time. The Notebook, yes. And I would go and it's like, even the bullshit movies, it's like, all right, well, we're going to do this together and it's going to be nice. And they have pizza at the movie theater that we go to. So I'm going to be okay. But man, we never went to see a single fucking movie I wanted to watch. I've actually never thought about that until right now. fuck. Yep. Every single time. Why? Because I didn't really give a shit and she'd complain.
And several bathroom breaks later,
Yeah.
you finally make it home, tired, mildly pissed off, and about $100 out of pocket, and you find yourself asking the question, what the fuck was the point in any of that?
Right.
So with all that in mind, is it any wonder that more and more people are just opting out of movie theaters altogether? Like, be honest with yourself for a second. Unless you're a genuine cinephile who needs to see everything on the biggest screen imaginable, is it really worth the time, the hassle, the expense, the irritation, and the discomfort just to see something that will probably be available on streaming in a few weeks anyway? Which brings me neatly along to my second point.
Exactly. It's a lot of money. That's the problem. It's a lot of money now. And I think people are just like, see, I don't think anybody really understands how little disposable income the average person has now. Because there's like maybe like 20-30% of the population that's like very well off and things are okay. But like that other 70%, at least 50% are just totally fucked, man. They're totally fucked.
Alternative. The appeal of the movie experience was always in the scale and spectacle, because until pretty recently, nothing in your home could ever hope to compete with it. Not anymore, however. These days, like $1,000 or less will get you a pretty serious home cinema setup. A setup that's ready to go whenever you want it, where you don't have to drive.
I had a friend that would steal those out of the fucking out of the school. Like, he just put them in his backpack and walk out
for half an hour just to get there, or shell out for overpriced snacks, or sit through endless trailers and commercials for the privilege of watching something that you've already paid for, or be forced to share the experience with a bunch of strangers who can spoil your enjoyment at any time they want, or you can pause the movie whenever you want and never miss a second of it. And most importantly, where the whole thing doesn't set you back more than $100 a pop.
That's the main thing to me. It's the expense. Like, I mean, the movie theater being annoying. Like, I think that if you go to a movie theater, like there are movie theaters, like you guys probably have some in like in like where you live, where there's like maybe one or two that's like a slightly more upscale movie theater where they actually say, no, you can't be on your fucking phone the whole time, or no, you can't just be walking around talking the whole time. Like we have Alamo Drafthouse, and there's another brand that's like similar to that, right? But they're expensive, right? They're expensive, exactly. And so maybe some people don't, some people do. I don't know, but either way, we do. And like, if you go to like your everyday movie theater, right? That's what you get. Like, you're going there for that experience. And so like, if you go there and you're mad that everybody's not behaving, like my dad said, this is what happened whenever he was a kid. He said people would just go to movie theaters because you could turn in like fucking, like, you know, he was born like 3,000 years ago, right? So like you could turn in like 5 bottle caps and you got to see a movie back then, right? Or some bullshit. And so anyway, he would do this, and he'd do this, and everybody would be there, and they would be in the movie theater, and he'd say they were throwing popcorn at each other, fighting, jumping over the seats, just exactly what like 14-year-olds are doing now. And really, if you go to a movie theater, that's what you get. That's not interrupting the experience. That is the experience.
A trade-off for sure, a trade-off between spectacle on one side and comfort and convenience on the other, and the fact is, that trade-off's getting more and more appealing for the average person every single year.
Yeah, I wonder why.
When you get right down to it, the harsh reality is that movie theaters are an outdated form of entertainment now, a holdover from the 20th century that's been...
I unironically think that what they should do is move back to drive-in movie theaters, because then you don't have to deal with as much real estate, you don't have to deal with as many employees, you don't have to deal with selling concessions necessarily. The ticket prices can be lower. That's probably what they should do, is go back to drive-in movie theaters. Like, you could probably do that at a way lower overhead.
Propped up beyond its time by one simple philosophy.
They still have them?
More gigantic budgets, more visual effects, bigger screens, louder sound systems. Studios and theaters have been locked into a cinematic arms race for decades now, pushing technology and spectacle as far as they could go, until finally they hit an evolutionary dead end. It was always going to happen. It was just a question of when. And as it happens, the answer is now. So what is it all?
Well, I remember back in the day, like, I watched like Spy Kids 3D with my dad in movie theaters. It was great.
mean? Is
I was
this
like
the
10
end
years
of
old.
Hollywood, the end of movies, the end of the world as we know it? No, of course not. There's always going to be a demand for entertainment. That'll never change. It's just the method of delivery that's evolving. People are going to watch more movies in the comfort of their own homes.
Absolutely.
It's inevitable.
Of course.
Theatrical windows are going to get shorter and probably vanish altogether
Yep.
eventually, so that movies will get released simultaneously onto streaming and theatrical.
This is going to sound probably like something most people will disagree with. But I like the fact that the movies come out in movie theaters first and you can't watch them on streaming. I do. Because I think it's cool. I think I don't know. I do. I think it's just cool. Maybe the reason why, same, I'm surprised. Maybe we're old, right? We're old, and like, every 15-year-old is like, oh, I fucking hate this guy. No, that's the worst thing ever. But like, it's cool for a boomer. Yeah. This is an unk take. I don't know if it is or not, but ultimately, that's my opinion. I think it's cool.
Movie theatres will still exist to some extent, but just like the old musical theatres from the 19th century, they'll become a much more niche experience, reserved for film buffs and occasional big event movies that people can't afford to miss. Box office revenues are going to keep declining until eventually they become obsolete metrics,
Dune
and
3.
a film's real success will be determined by the number of hours watched on streaming, none of which will be independently verifiable, allowing studios to
That's one of the biggest issues, is that whenever you're measuring time spent, it's very hard to quantify the quality of that time spent. Like, for example, I would say that the hours that I spent watching Lord of the Rings in the movie theaters with my parents is like infinitely more valuable than the time that I spent watching, some Netflix series in my house by myself. Like, there has to be there's very clearly I don't know. Like they just have to redo the way that they do their business. That's what it comes down to.
Massive and embarrassing flops
I don't know.
behind
It's an event.
subscription
Yeah,
walls.
it's an event.
And as for the studios
Sure.
themselves, I'd expect more and more of them to be bought over by streaming and tech giants like Netflix, Apple,
right.
and Amazon in the years ahead. Businesses that make their real money elsewhere and can easily afford to pump billions of dollars into film and TV production, even if a lot of it never actually turns a profit. Do I like where all this is going? Not really, because despite all their flaws, I think there is still something kind of special about going into a movie theater and just losing.
I think that there is something important about having third spaces for a cultural value. And whether those third spaces are the local Warhammer store, a record shop, a movie theater, a skate park, or something, this is important. And it's not that, and the problem is that something like this is generally not a tremendously lucrative business venture. It's not something that's going to make investors excited, but it's something that you're going to grow up and you're going to realize it's gone. And one day it's like, well, wait a minute, whatever happened to the skate parks? Whatever happened to, these like random record stores? Like we have like 2 or 3 in Austin. There used to be like 10 in 2011. And so it's just, a local community is important. It is. It really matters. And there's a value to that. Like if I'll tell you this, like this might sound crazy, right? But like if I was like in charge of the fucking government, right? Or I could make a decision, I think that they should have like an investment fund for places like this that provide cultural experiences for people. Things like movie theaters, skate parks, and generally like third places for society. Because, like, yeah, you might not be able to get the money for it legally, or not legally, but like financially. But like maybe if the government was able to like give them a bit of money, like an arcade or something like that. Like I think that's a good use of people's money. And I know people might not agree with this, but I think it is actually. It really is. It's something that has like a intrinsic, non-quantifiable value. But it means a lot whenever you really take a step back and you think about, like, for at least like for me and probably for a lot of you guys, like I grew up going to movie theaters. I grew up going to skate parks. I grew up, not skate parks as many, to be honest, but like maybe 1 or 2. I grew up going to especially like card shops, right? And having these places that people can go to, I think is very core to having a textured life experience that involves other people. Because I think that now there are very few people that are really going out and interacting with each other hardly at all. Like everybody's sitting in their house on their computer by themselves. And the mall, yeah, exactly. Like it's a social, it's a social experience. And I think that having social experiences like that, I think that there are a lot of like second and third order effects that those social experiences create. Like, I think that they, maybe fight against a degree of isolation, of alienation, of maybe people being like, those like extremely like hyper political people, right? Because like a lot of people that have like very, very extreme politics are people that are generally socially isolated. Now, I'm not saying this is 100%, right? But I think that there's clearly a trend there. And I think that that's just, politics is just simply a manifestation of being extreme in general. And I think that really, if you emphasize that and you give people the ability to do that, the value to that is it's both non-existent and invaluable. It's incalculable in a way that's like a good way and also a bad way.
Yourself in a film for a couple of
That's
hours,
what I think.
but pretending this stuff isn't happening or that it can be magically reversed is like telling yourself that internet cafes or public payphones or video rental stores are going to make a comeback someday. Yeah. They won't, because the moment technology made these things irrelevant, the culture quickly adapted to live without them.
Yep.
Movie theaters are dying out, and the Hollywood system that relied on them is dying along with them.
That's
Whether
right.
something better eventually comes to replace them is anyone's guess. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
I agree. I do. And I think I think movie theaters will always be around. Like, I think they're a lot different than, let's say, I think, what was the thing you used as an example? I forgot. Movie, like, rental places, like Blockbuster and, like, Hollywood Video. There wasn't really a culture that was attached to that. There was something that you did regularly where like you would go to your movie and you'd have to, the Be Kind rewind and, like there was a whole fucking like culture around it to an extent, but it wasn't the same as like going to a movie theater, right? Like you basically just went to you went to the movie rental place, the Blockbuster, to just rent a movie and leave, right? That's it. There wasn't really any sort of input into it, right? I think commercial movie theaters will fade out to Airbnb-style movie theaters will be the future. I don't really know about that. I think that's interesting. I never have heard that before. So I don't know. Do you think streaming services were a bad idea? Is streaming a bad idea? No, streaming is amazing. It's great. Like, you don't want to be so reductive and so... like kind of I don't know, like against any sort of like cultural progress. Yeah, streaming is amazing. I love streaming, and I think that it's overall a good thing, but at the same time, yes, very clearly it had a negative impact on movie theaters. Feels like the world's normalized the extreme behavior from narcissists, and I feel like it desensitizes people going out. Yeah, I think to a degree that's probably true. Yeah, movie theaters should be like parks funded by the local government, no longer a business. I don't know if I would go that far. I think that I would probably just offer certain tax write-offs and certain business expenses to be able to be funded by the government, or maybe certain types of subsidies for places that operate as third spaces for people in the world, right? And so, yeah, that's it. Hell no. No, I mean, I understand the logic. I just don't think we need to go that far. I think just creating an incentive structure is more than enough. So the deal has more to do in TV networks under control of WB than the movies. Well, that's what people think, but nobody really knows. Either way, the biggest lie in business has always been nothing will change after the merger. Yeah, true. Netflix versus Disney, who can buy up the most properties and ruin everything that we love? Netflix owning Warner Brothers means we're another step closer to the entire entertainment industry being run like recommended for you algorithm. Well, I mean, in my opinion, that's an always has been situation. I think that's always been going on. It's not like it's new. And don't be shocked if in 20 years movie theaters will be as common as drive-in movie theaters are now. I mean, Maybe. I do think movie theaters, there's definitely too many of them right now. I mean, for sure, especially for how popular it is. I'll read a couple more. The whole modern movie experience just sounds like an opening scene for Falling Down. Okay. The movies worth watching and movie-going experience wasn't so damn expensive. Maybe movies wouldn't be such a bad thing right now. That's true. And I do think that people will go to the movie theaters for a very good movie. But very rarely have there been good movies. That's definitely a big issue. I think that's 100% a problem.
15 years. Brutal work. I actually think I found the car they picked Bonnie Blue up in. Would you look at that? The Thought Patrol came rolling up through Indonesia and picked her up. Let's get off into this.
It's an unbelievable day for everybody with a soul. Bonnie Blue has finally been arrested, and this time it's not a stunt.
Controversial content creator Bonnie Blue has been detained by police in Bali over alleged pornographic activities.
Up until this point, she'd been on a global bang bus tour. Not words I thought I'd ever say, but that's where we're at. She hit the UK first, not a good time for anyone really, but then she did quickly move on. She actually shipped the bus down to Australia, which is a crazy move. Even allegedly dropped in on Epstein's Island too.
This is peak feminism. This is the point we've reached where a woman is so liberated in her body, she can go get a bang bus and go globally to get her back and spine realigned. This is crazy work.
But I don't have any visual proof of that one, so we'll keep it moving. She then made her biggest mistake yet, though. She went to Bali, which is technically in Indonesia.
The controversial OnlyFans creator announced her arrival last week.
Hey boys, those that are going to schoolies and to those that are barely legal, cannot wait to meet you.
Bro, what if a guy got on there and was like, hey girlies, can't wait to meet you. Hey, the barely legal ones, really, those are the ones I really want to meet. They'd be calling him a predator and they'd be canceling him. But she can get on here with her soulless soul eater eyes, with the eater eyes, the 1,000-yard wiener stare, and talk about where are all the schoolies, you know, like preying on men that are straight out of high school. This is wild.
And I'm in Bali, so you know exactly what that means.
What it means is that the laws there are slightly different to where she's been before. Her team might be slacking because I don't know how she didn't catch this, but her full-time job is actually banned in Indonesia, and those that are found guilty of violating that law face severe...
Her full-time job. Brother, she's a runner.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
They don't give you a 401k for being a 304. Yeah, they don't give you a 401k for being a 304. Ship it and I should have bought a Honda, put it on a t-shirt.
Gotcha, bitch.
Penalties including fines and jail. They're calling it a crime against morality. And you know what? That's actually what we've been saying the whole time. And it's not even just her. They got bagged for this either. Seems like the police uncovered a whole conspiracy.
Many of those men were seen leaving the police station, covering their faces, but also filming.
Arrest these men for gooning. Bro, you should get a minimum of 60 days in a local county jail for gooning this hard. Going to buck Bonnie Blue. The goon levels are off the charts, brother. Golly.
Said, by the way, these guys did actually get released. Bonnie Blue hasn't, though, and what seems to be like a manager or something. Looks like they're still in custody, and details of the case are starting to drop now too. Along with several cameras, police seized 19 outfits labelled School Bonnie Blue. They also found a box of condoms, lubricant, 9 pink necklaces, flash...
What y'all doing with the pink necklaces, though?
Drives and who...
Oh, maybe booty beads?
Post what's on them. And then finally 2 sheets of Viagra, some used. That can't be good. Now, obviously, the men that did get arrested were unidentified in the press. I think I've actually found them, though, because Bonnie Blue has been posting in Bali for about a week.
What's some words of inspiration for all the girls out here?
Stop moaning and start.
I like that.
Now, well, I was going to take the piss, but I do actually now feel bad for this guy. He's touched her there, clearly, so he's lost about
Better wash your hands 10 times, brother.
Whoop de doo.
7 years of his life there. And it weren't even just him either, because she was just driving around. And by the looks of it, genuinely just sticking people in the back of the bus.
You know what's really crazy about this is what feminism always wanted. This is peak feminism, sexual liberation. Ladies can do whatever they want. They can buck whoever they want. They can rack up body counts. It doesn't lower their value. This is peak feminism right here. This is everything they've always fought for.
Lads, where the f*** is Bonnie Blue bring us? Where the f*** she bring us?
Now, if you are willingly getting in the back of Bonnie Blue's bang bus, then an arrest might actually be the best case scenario.
Your middle name should be Down Bad if you're getting in the back of Bonnie Blue's bang bus. Hi, the name's Levi Down Bad. You know what I mean? You got to be down so bad.
scenario for you. And who knows what happened to this guy, but it can't have been good. It can't have been good. The worst part of this, though, without a doubt, is that this video did reveal she has barley belly. And I should have been, but I weren't ready for the comments. I don't care. Still cracking. We're cooked. We are so cooked. But really, that shouldn't be a shock, because just about everybody in Bali around Bonnie Blue, they might be cooked too.
Bonnie, let's run the train on you, Bonnie. Charlie, yes, get your kids out.
Outside of this hellscape, though, reactions to Bonnie Blue, they've been pretty different, actually. A lot of people were celebrating, and actually, given everything we've seen over the last year, well, you can't really blame them, really, because this might be a win. On the other hand, though, some people, they might have taken it a little bit too far. I actually think the authorities have already tried this.
Right,
unfortunately, Bonnie Blue is tethered.
She's just a 304. She didn't kill anybody.
To the mortal realm. She is actually immortal, so the best we have is the law. And I think that's probably the most reasonable response. I hope she feels the full force of the law. Well, it was at least reasonable until I clicked on this guy's profile. Turns out, in the end, he actually might have ulterior motives.
So I'm here at Lincoln Uni now. I'm not even buzzing. Mum's life, I'm not buzzing. I've come here to see Bonnie Blue and she's not turned up. So I've come 40 mile from where I live, and she's not turned up.
This dude's a straight gooner, bro.
I drove 40 or 50 miles to sit here and goon on Bonnie Blue.
This is why we got to end this epidemic, man. Dude, this is sad.
And this is the second time she's done this. It's happened before, and it's
the second time she's done this. She's done it before. I've tried to goon on her forehead, but I couldn't. This is a problem. The guys like this are a problem, too. That's why I hold men and women accountable. Bonnie Blue, she's a 304. Cool. But guys like this are also a problem. The gooners. The gooners. This dude's a straight gooner. Certified gooner. You know what I mean? He's got his elite level badge in gooning. He's double diamond gooner, you know? This guy's double diamond gooner Destin, or double diamond gooner Dustin here reporting for duty. Like, what does this guy do? Like, bro, come on. You can't you recorded this?
Again.
And actually, I was going to take the piss again, but you know what? If I was in this position, I'd probably be pissed off too. I'll save it for Bonnie Blue, because I've done a little bit of digging under the surface. Turns out karma might actually be real.
Lucky for me, there's core rules in Bali, and you don't even need a driving license. I do actually have one. Oh, wait, what is this bit for?
This video was recorded days ago. Like, you can't write this stuff. And maybe the funniest detail, by the way, is that she's had some extra charges tagged on. They are actually to do with the bang bus. Well, it's not a bus. It's more like a van, maybe. The point is...
Wait. That's what they're doing it in? Looking at bus, dude. How are you even gonna get in there? Are we just doing it in the back, putting a little matty down, put a little mattress down? What is this?
And maybe. The point is, she has tempted fate. According to government documents, the vehicle is registered as being white, but has been repainted dark blue. The vehicle's tax also expired in 2023, and I think that might actually be a worse crime yet. They're begging it a little bit here, but if a vehicle color does not match up with its STNK, it can result in a fine of up to $46 or 2 months in prison. I know what I'm picking. And listen, if Bonnie Blue goes away for painting a bang bus blue, I mean, honestly, that could be the funniest thing of all time.
Yeah. I mean, if I get sent to prison, I want to identify as a male, so I can do gangbangs all the time. Put me in a male prison any day.
I mean, if you want, I think we should...
Good Lord.
She's the village bicycle. Everyone's had a ride.
It's a crazy world we live in, chat. Y'all, we gotta talk. You know I love my life. I love my trusty steed, Loki. I love my family. I love my beautiful wife, Cass, even when she's telling me I'm spending too much money on jerky for Loki. But seriously, look around. The system, it's rigged. The big guys, the establishment, they're over there stacking crypto wealth while telling the rest of us it's too dangerous. They want us working a 9-to-5 forever while they're just cashing in. Not happening, not on my watch. I found the cheat code, chat. It's blocktruστira.com. So everyone is freaking out talking about the crypto market is unstable. Let me let you in on a secret only wealthy people know. Volatility isn't scary, it's opportunity. When the market swings like crazy, that's when you make big moves. But you can't do it alone, you need backup. That's why I'm using BlockTrustIRA. They have this insane tech called Animus AI. This thing is an absolute beast. It works 24/7 and takes no days off. It's like having a supercomputer watch your back while you sleep. It spots patterns and makes trades with perfect timing. Way better than any human could. It's basically an AI wealth protection shield. While everyone else is panicking and hoping for the best, this AI platform is executing a success strategy. It's catching the wins and defending the bag. Their clients are seeing over 250% returns since 2020. That's life-changing money. That's retire the parents' money. That's take the wifey on a better vacation money. And it's safe, insured up to $200 million. Don't let the system win. Don't let inflation eat your savings. Level up. Head over to blocktrustira.com. Tell them Levi sent you. Right now, my viewers can get up to $2,500 in bonus crypto when you start. That's blocktrustira.com. Go get your future. You already know what time it is. Get back to
Should respect her choices. I will say on the other hand though that nothing ever happens, so the chances of her going to prison are pretty low. Having said that though, some people that actually live in Bali have disagreed with that. Now I will say it's off Reddit, so take it with a pinch of salt. He said, with how politics is going out here right now, there is a pretty big chance she won't be getting out anytime soon. The government loves when a foreigner breaks a law, as they like to make examples of them. There are many foreigners sitting in whatever that is right now with no
Karabokin
definitive conviction or release date. Indonesia is highly conservative and has been begging for a chance to blame foreign influence on poor morals. Well, I'll be real, Indonesia, if you're watching, she might be the best example you could ever make.
This month I've just had a Bonnie Blue bang bus made.
Are there any legal ramifications about that?
No.
Well, maybe.
No.
Stupid.
I mean, my family...
Imagine you must have a top attorney law team for this.
Not really, no. Like, you're having, as long as I can park up. I mean, people have sex in the car, don't they?
Not convinced that's legal.
I thought she was smarter than this, man. Like, I am almost disappointed. Almost. It's even made crazy by the fact that on this podcast, she was explicitly told to get the legal stuff checked.
I would get someone to check that first. I do think a strong legal counsel might be a good idea. Just, well, my point being that... fucking hell.
I have people check things over, like, before we do it as well. Because I understand I like to reach limits. So I've got to fully understand where that limit is, because everyone wants to arrest me.
You're a liar!
Everyone, not the police.
Well, this aged well. It aged well. And at this point, who knows what's going to happen? I don't even know if she has anyone left to bail her out. The obvious one would be her husband, who's going to become her ex-husband soon, but for some reason it hasn't happened. Turns out, though, according...
Wait, she's still married to this dude? Oh my God. Cuck of the year.
To some other articles, she might have burned that bridge as well. Why? I can't wait for my son to divorce Bonnie Blue. She controlled, manipulated, and humiliated him. How dare she refuse to give any of her $34 million fortune? All right.
$34 million fortune?
With that figure in mind, I think she might be all right, to be fair. And I think at this point in the video...
I mean, I'm going to keep it a thou wow. I think he should get some of that coin. Chat, put a one in the chat if you agree. I think he should get some of the coin of her getting her cheeks absolutely obliterated. You know, the public humiliation. The defamation, really. He should get some of that coin, bro.
The only person in prison is gonna
letting other dudes buck his wife, man. Give this man some shekels, bro.
Be this guy. It's a mental prison, but it still counts. I actually found some footage, and it's a lot worse than I thought.
She really connects with the fans. Most people, if they do, they seem out of reach, and you're never gonna meet them. You know, you're never gonna be.
Bro, I'm gonna keep it a thou out. Thought it was a woman speaking. Boy, that voice is high.
Able to film with them, whereas Bonnie doing her, you know, she puts a location online. And then, obviously, her fans can actually film with.
Yeah, I'll be real, man. I don't think anybody needs...
I'm about to have a serious mixed stomach ache after this.
I'm eating the entire menu wherever my Tesla takes me for the next 7 days, and today is day number 1. Rule number 1, I have to finish the entire menu at least 7 restaurants this week that all must be chosen by my Tesla, which every Tesla does when you hit the secret hungry button inside. Rule number 2, I have to finish a minimum of 1 menu per day. Rule number 3 is where it's gonna get interesting. Because the day I start each challenge is the day I have to finish each challenge. If I can't, not only will I have leftovers to eat the next day, but the restaurant minimum will increase by 1. This challenge is only complete if I've made it through all the required menus before the week is over. I'm just hoping to get some good restaurants this week. But with my luck, I'm sure I'm gonna get some unexpected surprises. I'm now standing in front of one of the worst rated restaurants in my entire city. Your next triumph will be won through kindness. This may be the most ironic fortune I've ever gotten, considering the reason I'm doing this entire challenge. Every week for the last 6 months, I've gotten an email from someone called CheekyChap99. The subject line is always the same. The top photo is also always the same. And the 2 words he closes out each email with are always the same as well. The only thing he does change is the second photo, which is always a screenshot of an old food challenge, with a circle around 1 or 2 crumbs that I left behind. Now, I got bullied a lot as a kid, so I know what it's like to have a few haters, which is why at the end of this challenge, I'm gonna deliver the biggest slice of humble pie ever delivered to a hater in YouTube history. So challenge accepted, CheekyChap99. As day 2 got started, I was pretty confident for the rest of the week. So far, this challenge is actually going way better than I thought it would. Anyways, it's time to hit the hungry button again and see where we're going today. But what I was about to face was gonna change everything about this challenge. Never heard of this place before? Hopefully the food's gonna be good. I'm a little scared. Restaurant number 2 not only had more items on its menu than yesterday's, but after seeing this statement on the menu, let's just say I was a little bit nervous.
Okay, yeah, this is definitely gonna be rough. Okay, relax. Ooh, that looks fire.
I knew they definitely weren't playing around when it comes to their portion sizes. Woo! This dish is called mantu, which is dumplings filled with ground beef, garlic, and other spices. While this tasted delicious, I knew that if every dish was gonna be this big, there was no way I was finishing this menu.
Absolutely incredible.
I moved on to their kids meal next, which in my opinion was big enough to serve a full-sized adult.
And the ranch is good.
After working my way through the kids meal, it was time for one of the items I was looking forward to the most.
Absolutely sensational. Oh, all right, so we have a gyro right here. No calories left behind.
I had the lamb gyro first, which tasted absolutely incredible. And after eating that, I moved on to their chicken shawarma gyro. As far as I was concerned, I was making solid progress on the menu. But as soon as I got to the next item, I realized that the portion sizes were only gonna get bigger.
Oh, man.
All I could do was do my best.
Okay. Hi. Hi, Reed. Okay. Hi, Reed. Okay.
Hey, basta, basta.
Do not.
Estoy loco. La, 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 la.
Nie umieją jeść. Nie umieją jeść.
Estoy loco. La.
Nie umieją jeść.
Guys, it's just not gonna work, okay? Like, I'm sorry. Even if I could, it's just not gonna work. In an alternate universe? Okay, guys. This is... Jesus Christ. Wow. I love how also, like, in every single one of these, I just look another version of weird, too. Guys, it's just not gonna work, okay? Like, I'm sorry. Even if I could, it's just not gonna work. In an alternate universe? Okay, guys. This is... Jesus Christ. Wow. I love how also, like, in every single one of these...
So I saw a post about Gerber having metals in their baby food. So
It's
I
right
go
there.
and pull out my daughter's cereal.
Is there actual metal in baby's food? This guy is going to find out. He's taking baby's cereal, putting a magnet to it, and look, he's pulling out metal directly from the cereal. So this is iron, and babies need so much iron that companies are literally putting elemental iron inside of their food. Now, these iron particles are actually so small, it's no issue on the stomach whatsoever. Babies need the iron. The biggest issue with these fortified foods is that the iron from these foods is absorbed at only 2% rate. This is in comparison to 35% absorption rate for iron that comes from animal sources.
So I saw a post about Gerber having metals in their baby food. So
It's
I
right
go
there.
and pull out my daughter's cereal.
Is there actual...
I don't see it though. This is gonna be like blind, guys. Maybe like here? Do I get it? Oh, this is gonna be bad. Yes! Whoa. Please don't see me now. Hold on, go on. Man, this is crazy actually. And then I just go here, boom. Straight into the jungle.
I will be reborn.
I'm an amateur cook trying to show you that cooking is really not that hard, and this is chicken fried rice.
I don't see it though. This is gonna be like blind, guys. Maybe like here? Do I get it? Oh, this is gonna be bad. Yes! Whoa. Please don't see me now. Hold on, go on. Man, this is crazy actually. And then I just go here, boom. Straight into the jungle.
I will be reborn.
I don't see it though. This is gonna be like blind, guys. Maybe like here? Do I get it? Oh, this is gonna be bad. Yes! Whoa. Please don't see me now. Hold on, go on. Man, this is crazy actually. And then I just go here, boom. Straight into the jungle.
I'm an amateur cook trying to show you that cooking is really not that hard, and this is chicken.
Add your garlic. This is the simplest historical recipe you'll ever come across.
Cheetahs are one of the
made
few
from
big
just
cats that...
one ingredient, butter. But through a bit of food... Did you know... This is the simplest historical recipe you'll ever come across, made from just one ingredient, butter. But through a bit of food alchemy, it becomes something with richer taste, longer shelf life, and a higher smoking point. 5,000 years ago, the Sumerians called it inun. Today, we call it clarified butter or ghee. Ghee was mentioned in clay tablets more often than any other dairy product in ancient Mesopotamia. It was so popular that it was even offered to the gods and given as wedding gifts. And when Utanapishti built the ark to survive Enlil's storm flood, he must have brought some ghee, since it has nearly 900 calories per 100 grams. This is the simplest historical recipe you'll ever...
Did you know a tile craftsman with 20 years of experience just revealed a secret he never told anyone? It's a trick to make silicone lines look insanely smooth, like a machine did it. So how does he do it with no fancy tool? He simply modifies the silicone nozzle, heat it, flatten it, and reshape the tip. He lightly warms the nozzle to soften it, presses it flat, then cuts one side into a clean V shape. And with that custom nozzle, even the toughest corners come out perfectly smooth. Did you know a tile craftsman with 20 years of experience just revealed
sprint, not the fight, and they know it. That's why they don't have the heavy frame of other big cats, and why to us they feel more like a sleek, turbocharged house cat than a wild killer. They even sound like cats. No roars here, just chirps, purrs, and soft meows. Cheetahs are one of the few big. That's why they don't have the heavy frame of other big cats, and why to us they feel more like a sleek, turbocharged house cat than a wild killer. They even sound like cats. No roars here, just chirps, purrs, and soft meows. They're gentle, trainable, even a little shy. But here's the fun part. Raise a cheetah alongside a Labrador puppy, and something changes. The goofy, happy energy of that dog rubs off, turning this nervous little speedster into a playful, more confident version of itself. Sometimes, all a cheetah needs is a really good dog. Cheetahs are one of the few big cats that might actually walk right up to a person, not because they're bold, but because they're just different. They're predators, yes, but they've never really seen us as prey. Unlike lions or tigers, cheetahs aren't built for brute force. They've put everything into speed. Every muscle, every movement is made for the chase. No powerlifting, no wrestling matches, just pure acceleration. Cheetahs are one of the few big cats that might actually walk right up to a person, not because.
So
This is the
This company just raised $35 million to fix the one problem making self-driving cars crash. Meet Point One Navigation, backed by the same people who invested in OpenAI. Regular GPS gets you close, but not perfect. It can be wrong by 5 meters. That's like parking 3 cars away from where you think you are. But here's the problem. A robot lawnmower off by 5 meters destroys your garden instead of cutting grass. A construction worker digging for pipes hits a gas line and causes an explosion. Point One fixed this with small boxes placed on cell towers across America and Europe. These boxes talk to your car or robot in real time and tell it exactly where it is, down to 1 centimeter. Here's the...
Tight, 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 tight.
And they know it. That's why they don't have the heavy frame of other.
Everything as much as I possibly could. Woo! Believe it or not, to the next item, I realized that the portion sizes were only going to get bigger. Oh man. All I could do was do my best to enjoy everything as much as I possibly could. Woo! Believe it or not, there's actually French fries underneath all this Euro meat, tzatziki sauce, onions, tomatoes, and feta cheese. While it tasted delicious, it was easily a pound to a pound and a half. And unfortunately for me, an even bigger dish was up next.
Hated them. Oh man, this has got to weigh at least 2 pounds right here.
As soon as I started on the chicken shawarma fries, it finally hit me. The portion sizes were most likely going to be way bigger at local restaurants than at fast food places. And considering I was already moderately full without being 1/3 of the way through this menu, I was already worried that I had bitten off a little bit more than I could chew.
The good news is 7 items are down. The bad news is I have 3 gigantic bags full of food still left to eat. It's like a quesadilla.
This is a dish called chives bologna, which is flatbread filled with chives and spices that's served with yogurt sauce. Even though this appetizer was as big as a medium-sized pizza, I was enjoying every bite.
The flavor is insane.
As I finished off the last few pieces, I thought the most challenging parts of the menu were behind me, but I was very mistaken.
That was incredible.
Well, everyone, I've made it to the entrees. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this. Baba Kebab's entrees were gonna be even harder to finish for one very important reason. Each entree was served with a massive pile of rice.
That one's down.
Which was incredibly filling.
I don't know what this one is. It looks like a burger patty.
On the plus side, I was trying things I'd never had before.
Tastes way better than a burger patty.
While the first 2 entrees went down quicker than I expected, by the time I got to entree number 3, the rice was making a serious dent in my stomach. While the first bite of this dish was full of flavor, I knew I was only getting fuller and fuller.
okay. France did it.
Carl, you're fine. Everything's fine. I'm fine. I'm not drowning. We're good. Thank you.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm all right. Girls, I'm okay. I'm okay. You okay? You're okay. I'm okay too. Everyone's. I'm okay. I'm okay. You okay? You're okay. I'm okay too. Everyone's okay. That's you. Relax. I'm fine.
Oh, she's crying because I'm in the shower. I know you want to protect me.
I'm okay. I promise I'm not drowning.
Are you taking a bath, buddy?
Ow, Chloe, I'm fine. What? Donna? I'm okay, look. Look, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Mochi's reaction when I take a shower.
Hi, Mochi.
Honey, what's the matter? Mommy okay? Just taking a shower. I'm okay. France did it.
I let AI order for me at every drive-thru. Pulling up to McDonald's first, I prompted AI with this. I'm at the McDonald's drive-thru. Give me one item I should get.
Ooh, classic McDonald's run. I'd say go for the McCrispy.
And after placing the order, I got my McCrispy, which I've never actually had before, and not sure why I chose that, but this was surprisingly one of the best items I've ever had at McDonald's, so good choice. From here, I repeated this at Dunkin', and I continued to tipster orders, this time with a chicken and roasted pepper wrap, which I've actually had before and I do quite enjoy, so also happy here. At Taco Bell, I had a bit of a standoff because I encountered an AI drive-thru window, so we had robot-on-robot communication, and my AI asked about new items and ended up getting me a steak and poblano rolled quesadilla, which I'm not sure how I never heard of before, but this thing was absolute fire. It wasn't all home runs though, because at Popeyes it managed to just order me a single biscuit, and then at Burger King it ordered me a Cheeseburger King Jr. meal, though I will say the kids meal did come with a Sonic toy, so I was quite happy about that. And then I ended things at Wendy's, and I think my
AI realized I was eating unhealthy all day because it decided to order for me an apple pecan salad, which was a wise decision in retrospect, so thank you, AI. I let AI order for me at every drive-thru. Pulling up to McDonald's first, I prompted AI with this: I'm at the McDonald's drive-thru, give me one item I should get.
Ooh, classic McDonald's run. I'd say go for the McCrispy.
And after placing the order, I got my McCrispy, which I've never actually had before and not sure why I chose that, but this was surprisingly one of the best items I've ever had at McDonald's, so good choice. From here, I repeated this at Dunkin', and it continued its hipster orders, this time with a chicken and roasted pepper wrap, which I've actually had before and I do quite enjoy, so also happy here. At Taco Bell, I had a bit of a standoff because I encountered an AI drive-thru window, so we had robot-on-robot communication, and my AI asked about new items and ended up getting me a steak and poblano rolled quesadilla, which I'm not sure how I never heard of before, but this thing was absolute fire. It wasn't all home runs though, because at Popeyes, it managed to just order me a single biscuit, and then at Burger King, it ordered me a Cheeseburger King Jr. meal, though I will say the kids meal did come with a Sonic toy, so I was quite happy about that. And then I ended things at Wendy's, and I think my AI realized I was eating unhealthy all day because it decided to order for me an apple pecan salad, which was a wise decision in retrospect, so thank you, AI.
Little did he know that after climbing this volcano, he'd find bugs living in his feet. This creator climbed a volcano and ended up with actual bugs in his feet. Yeah, it's not clickbait, it's called meiosis, and it starts when a mosquito carrying botfly eggs bites you. The warmth from your skin makes the eggs hatch, and the tiny larvae slip into the bite and start growing underneath. Usually it's just one, gross but fixable, but in rare cases, sometimes people get multiple infestation, dozens of larvae under the skin. And if any larvae end up near the ears, eyes, or sinuses, they can destroy surrounding tissue. There are documented cases of people losing their vision or hearing because of this. Luckily, that's not what happened to him. His treatment was very simple. Doctors covered the breathing hole with something like petroleum jelly. So the larva comes up for air and it can be removed with forceps or a small incision. They finished with a penicillin shot and he will be just fine. Little did he know that after climbing this volcano, he'd find bugs living in his feet.
How much cheese can you get in your pasta at Olive Garden?